Hey guys, Tate Suhrgirl here. I am back with the Stanley Parable. Thought I'd just play it again. I've been watching some videos lately and just time made me want to replay it. So for those who haven't seen my other video, I'm going to go ahead and make a new one showing all the different endings, or at least try to. It may take a lot longer than I would like, but yeah, we'll try it. Alright, give me just a second. There we go. Alright, so there's a little dash in this game that after a certain point, every time you close it and reopen it, it'll say it's a new number higher than what it was. So like Stanley Parable 2, that will become 3, and then this time it'll be Stanley Parable 4. When you get to 8, something different happens. You're in a different room where um, you can't leave. It's just like, 8 everywhere. It's kind of random. But after that, it's basically been the same every time, no matter what number it is. I've been kind of here and there playing it and trying to get that number to be higher and higher because and some people also wondered as well, does it do anything different when you reach the Stanley Parable of 427, which is his employee number? So eventually I will make like a short or whatnot to see if it is, or even if it isn't. That way at least everybody knows not to worry about it. Anyway, what do we want to title this? The Stanley Parable 251. Let's see. Hey, Dorges, what's up? Let's call it the original. Let's go with original content. That's kind of what this is. I'm just showing you like a lot of the endings, so we'll go with it. But yeah, and then it'll show like a random like game screen or whatnot. There's even epilogue option. All right, well, let's go ahead and begin the game. And I'll let dialogues and cutscenes play, unless we've seen
This
it
is the
already.
story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for
That would be
this job.
annoying, pressing one button at a time like that.
Was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
So hopefully this doesn't do what Spider-Man 2 Part 5 did, where after like 2 minutes the PSN kept broadcasting, but YouTube actually had stopped the stream without me even knowing, because that would suck. Hopefully that does not happen. Alright, so before we start the game, we'll do like the first secret ending, I guess. Click on the door and
But
stay
Stanley
inside.
simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
But it never came. Alright, so that was the first ending. I might even, for fun, make like a little chart. I forget what you call it, but like where, did I do this? Yes. If so, then go this way. If no, then go that way. But anyway.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, I'll do everything that he wants me to do this first sort of ending, and then go from there. And I'll do it without the budget too, because the budget came from the new content thing. So I'll show you all endings without the budget, and then I'll show you ones with.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
This part I'll stay here for a minute, though. It's not funny to troll the narrator.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
I think that might be always.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
He's so petty. Narrator, I love it.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed in front of your screen. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Yeah, I think I'm done. I think that's pretty much it. He's not going to say anything else, so until I leave, that is.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
After about 20 seconds, if the narrator doesn't say anything else, then we'll keep going. Alright, I think he's done.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay. I got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. So that's a lovely, say that's a lovely purse. Okay. I remember content from a long time ago. So there's an elevator you can go into. You can press a button, up or down, doesn't matter. It makes music and it makes it vibrate and sound like you're moving. But no matter how long you're in there for, it doesn't actually go anywhere. It's a fun troll to watch someone who's new playing this, like, do that for like 10 or 20 minutes, however long they feel like waiting.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
I think it's actually a trophy, by the way, if you're playing on this, or PC or whatever it is, PS5, 4. Just typing in boob.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
You'd eventually keep going. He'll eventually, like, you know, say something about you not typing it in.
Incredibly, by simply pushing
and then just doing it automatically, but I'll go and do it.
Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway. Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized
so
he felt a bit
like I said, almost all
endings
have like different endings. You have the bucket in your hand,
as though he felt more free to think
so
for himself,
I'll do those after.
to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I gotta do a check on this game sometime, see it's just exactly how many endings there are, including the
This
bucket
mind
variation
control
endings.
facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
And that's the canon ending of the game, the one that they want you to do. Now let's do some alternate stuff.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
This time I'll basically do the same thing but choose the on button so you can
When
get that
Stanley
ending.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
I love the troll him, it's so funny. Give him about 15 seconds to see if he does say anything else. Alright, no, I don't think he's will say anything else.
Coming to a
So I'll
staircase,
go up the
Stanley
stairs.
walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
There we go.
What could it mean? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
I swear, he's so petty.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
There we go.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Nope.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
See, if it wasn't turned on,
your co-workers are.
Then how was I
A
supposed
moment
to
of
turn it
silence
off?
before you're obliterated.
And why would me
All
turn
right,
it
I'm in a
off
good mood. You're
be
gonna die
okay,
anyway.
but me turn
I'll
it
tell you
on
exactly what
without the
happened to them.
DNA was not
I
okay?
erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
There really
Oh,
isn't
dear
anything
me,
you can
what's the
do
matter,
at this
Stanley?
point. So.
Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this
Like, there's
video
not
game
a
can be
zero
beaten?
button that you can press.
One solved?
So
Do
there
you
are
have
1 through
any
5.
idea what your purpose in this
But
place
even
is?
if there was, it wouldn't matter because literally this is all
Stanley,
just one big troll.
you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it go peacefully?
It would be fun to see
Another
if someone could hack
choice.
this and
Make
like
it
walk through the wall of
or
the store,
don't. It's all the
or
same
run
to
so
me,
fast
all a
before the
part
door
of the
can
joke.
close.
And believe me,
You
I
probably
will be
still
laughing at every
die
second
or
of your
have everything
inevitable
like
life from the moment
rumble
we
around
fade
you,
in
but
until the moment I say,
I don't know, I'd be
happily
interested to see
ever after.
that. And that's the death ending. Well, one of them. We'll call it nuclear explosion ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
It's funny, he has this all boarded up now.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
There's one more ending this way that one. Well, technically a couple more.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Oh, that's funny. So there's the escape path, and then there's one other path that, in the original version of this game, was not known to the developers. It's kind of a
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
It was an oversight, like a glitch to sort it out of the map a bit. And so, in this new deluxe version or whatever, they decided to make a quote-unquote new ending out of it. Just fall off the edge.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. and you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are.
Hopefully YouTube doesn't
We call this track,
copyright
Good
this.
Job, you've made it to the bottom of the
Part of
mind
the game,
control
so I say
facility.
it's allowed.
Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So you're gonna do all the left way options first.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Alright, last time going to the boss's office.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Did he? I don't think he did.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Wait, what? Nah, okay, it's fine.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Yeah, it's open, but it's alright.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Ooh, sinister. But red is my favorite color.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
So this is the, I guess you could call it the developer's ending. It's where you can see like their designs and their ideas for how to make the game. The corridor, filing cabinets. Not trying to go past a lot of this so it don't take too much time. The office, different button sounds. Wait, why does 2 and 3 sound the same? Oh, they're different. Okay. Office from cheaters. Yeah, like a file thing going through. Of course, you got someone playing solitaire. That's what everybody does at an office job. Employee database. Okay. Credits. If you actually wanted to read that. Boss's office. Office clock. By the way, if I'm still streaming, guys, let me know, because I'm so worried now it's just going to stop and I don't know about it. A lounge. Underground.
Then he pushed the number 8. And finally, he pushed the number 6. And finally, he pushed the number 9. Stanley pushed the...
Alright. See, I wish there was like a button I could hold like R2 or something. Run Twitter, but I don't think I can. I just go slow as hell. Countdown disc, one of the discs from an early version of the countdown ending. Okay. Free dim ending, we saw that one already. Monitor room elevator. Of course, it only goes down now, but countdown room. Game design mock-up. The lounge, the office. Hardman timer, we haven't seen that one yet. Well, there wasn't a timer, but they decided to do that out. But anyway, there's that. Maintenance layout. Reading room. So it kind of shows their ideas on how they're going to make the pathways. Zending model, whatever that means. Oh, they have these like levers you just pull, I guess. Okay, cool. Trailers. Oh, it's kind of neat. What's this? Game is now paused. Oh, straight menu, okay. Then here, so this way. And go straight across this time. Here are some ideas for the office originally. Version 1. Version 2, which they added more filing cabinets, or rather they moved them around, I guess. Add a light. And then version 3. Well, it's mostly the same, so some cabinets are open. There's a box on the ground. Only one computer instead of two. And you have a picture on the wall, which you didn't have on the other ones. Alright, I think that's it for this ending for the most part. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's nothing I missed. There is, it's not that much different.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Alright,
Can you
so back on track.
Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game.
Oh, it's cool. So I'm on PlayStation, they say PlayStation, but if I'm on PC, they say PC.
Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
So yeah, that's a developer / crushed ending. That's probably what I'll call that. Alright, this looks different.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, so we go this way. So there's one other thing. If they let me do it, that is.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright, there's nothing else to do upstairs, but we can go downstairs for this ending now. Nothing under here.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself. Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Alright, that's normal. The normal office and everything.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy? Click a door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks? Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
10, 20, 30, 40, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this trophy to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Okay, 417. I love how meta this game is. 10, 15, 20.
Ooh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Oh, must be a good area. See, I don't want to do that far, because that would take me away from this area. So, where's 437? How am I missing it? Oh, it's right here. Wow.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Alright, 415.
Now, back to door number 437. Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
419. There you go. It's kind of tricky, but you have to like get this
Yes!
right. There
This
you
is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
go. Alright, 416. 416. See 15 and 17. I don't see 16 anywhere. Let me check it again. Is it this one? No, and again, if I go through there, it makes all this worthless. That's not it. You did say 416, right? Huh. I swear he said 416, but unless he said 426. I wonder if I didn't have, I'd gone through all this and did the new content, 416 would be like right where the store's at. But then again, I don't know. See, I know if I go through the stories, the store will end it. Oh, this is so annoying. If I don't find it, I might just give up on it. Let's see. Here's 419, 418, 417. and then 415. So yeah, I think logically this would have been 416, but we can't click on it now because the whole new name content's already there. So I guess all stupid. Basically, he has to go back to like the copy machine again afterwards, and then after copy machine, then he'll have you go to I don't know, probably 430 again, and then afterwards he'll say, finally, now I think you earned a trophy. So yeah, it's kind of another troll. Speaking of, I guess troll or endings that the developers didn't know you could do, like the original game, or at least they made it in this game to make you think it was, a new ending. Jump out
At
the window.
first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
I'm gonna say no for a second.
Then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Literally, he'll do the same thing, except if you hit yes, I think it just ends it. I think he, I don't know, maybe you do have to actually start again the damage in. Okay, here we go. But yeah, I'll do it again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
There's another one here, so every time you find some cheater saying awaiting input, click on it, and once it leads up to like match, there's like another ending, secret ending. So for now, we'll just keep going. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be 416, and unfortunately there's nothing I can do about that.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So I have done everything on the left so far, so to the right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
See if he says anything else.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy. and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Yeah, nice picture of Lee, picture of the ocean.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Coffee machine, some more picture of a field, which I think is different, yeah. Oh yeah, picture of an ice clock. This is before they had the machine read up a card. Okay, yeah, I think that's all the dialogue he's told you, so. Coffee machine, paper.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
No, he didn't.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
So you can go over there to a doll, a figurine doll, or whatever you call it. I'm not going to do that.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
So we got one ending where we jump off the railing here. Couple different pathways if we go over this way, and then we got a couple
Stop
this way.
trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for... This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Let's not pick up the phone this time.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Nope, you got me. My name's
I
Kate.
can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Let's do it.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice.
Hey, Rupert.
He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back sack and crack."
My goodness, isn't it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back sack and crack.
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please. Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality. Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Stanley's like, well, at least this room didn't get deteriorated. I don't think he'll say anything about being back in the break room again. Never actually tried, but if he doesn't say anything like 20 seconds, I'll just leave it. Yeah, he's not saying that. Okay.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So technically you can get 2 endings in one here because it reverts back to this area after you did the wrong ending. So I'm going to do that first.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
I guess you might call this the corrupted ending / other boss area level ending, whatever. I don't know. You'll see what I mean here in a moment. Wait, 411, 412, 413. Yeah, still no 416. Weird.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to. I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see?
Kinda,
Didn't
yeah.
I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He
You
understands
pushover?
that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make...
Hey, he tried so hard, but in the end it didn't matter.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Yeah, see, it forces you back every time
Behave
now.
exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Of course, is it locked? He has it blocked
Coming
off
to a
here.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Can't open this door. Can't open this. And
Stepping
if here,
inside
it's
his
a different
manager's
office
office,
now.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 115.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115.
Of course, it doesn't
He
work.
spoke it
What
into
else
the
to hide it
receiver,
in?
right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Doesn't work, though.
Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I guess you might call this the credit ending.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me?
Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything.
See, I feel like the character Chidi from what was it? The Good Place.
So,
I feel like he would like have a heart attack playing this game.
You listening to this, Stanley? Are you there?
Since he could not make choices for life of
I
him.
can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Yeah, that's different dialogue than normal. See what happens next. Oh yeah. Is there any computers I need to hit switch on or anything? Wait, what's this? Nope, not there. No. Okay. Keep an eye out there in case there are any.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Like I said, there's plenty of options going down this route, so go ahead and
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Yep, fall to your death ending.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Pretty sure there's like 3 more this way.
A work of art. But
not including
eager
the
to
door
get
to the
back to
left.
business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Alright, we'll go on this one now and go
Look,
all the way
Stanley,
across.
I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
And this time we'll answer
I'm
the
not
phone.
your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
He's just trolling us here, so I'm not going to fall for it, but you guys might.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right.
Well,
Okay, there we go.
Apartment number.
All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about
Your damn.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you?
What
I'm
a
trying to make a
dick.
point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
It's kind of a little boring apartment, to be honest.
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Hey, sweetie, need a massage? You look a little stiff there.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
We should go on a picnic, honey. You look a little pale. Hey, you gotta give it to his wife, though. She's a stand-up wife.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Well, imagine this is a story about working from home and your home becomes your work.
And I'm trying to
Kind
tell
of
him
twisted.
this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't want to press that button, to be honest. I'd do anything but press that button. But the games will troll us and make us press it because if not, we're all stuck here forever.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Oh God, what if when it says fired on those screens of all the employees, what if that really means that they got so old that they just died of like natural causes or something?
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button.
Or maybe fired means that person actually did horrible, and so the company, like, you know, killed him or something. I don't know.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Alright, so I believe 2 more times during
Stanley
this
was so
way.
bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Alright, so we're down here. Go through this door.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Now, if you're playing this later and you're getting all the Stanley collectibles or whatever you want, they call them, one of the ones is inside this door. It'll be open when you come back here. I said go to the red door. I'll go through the blue door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood.
Nope,
Stanley
I heard
walked
you.
through the red door.
Right, you said the blue door. Got it.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh no, there's no blue door. Yeah, there is, right here.
All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
All right.
Do you see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
See, I wonder if it's the right door then, but I'm not sure. Okay, so the right
I'm going
door.
to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure no matter
Perfectly
what, it
candid,
takes you this
I
one.
think
You
I've
go through
knocked
the
it
right
out of the
part,
park
right
with
door.
this one. Let's take a look.
Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. Good old Neil's first. He beat the game in 2 seconds. Yeah, okay. And here I am. 9,328. 7.5 hours. Yeah, okay.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Okay, so if you actually play this for 4 hours, apparently someone actually did it, and it eventually changes to a dog, and I think that makes you play for another 2 hours, and then eventually it just gives you some kind of a troll message about you actually wasting your time. So I'm not going to actually do that. Sorry, baby.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Yes.
Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley, and it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
I think this is an actual game. Like the artwork looks like a thumbnail or picture I've seen. Don't know what it is though. I know in the original version, the 2013 one, so this is on PC only, it would like take you to Minecraft, and it was kind of ironic because the whole thing you had to do was make a door. And then it took you to like the Portal game or something.
No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing, that big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Oh, now we're in Rocket League, apparently.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's
Sports ball.
sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think
Run
surely
the
we
bases,
must.
do a
Okay,
touchdown
Stanley,
together.
here's the
Wow.
ball. Have fun.
Yeah, so obviously in towards you drive cars so many times and hit the ball. It's like one of the very few forms of soccer that's actually cool or fun. I've never actually played it though myself. Well, I played soccer when I was a kid.
Are you
But
doing it? Are you
it's a dumb
winning? Is
sport.
this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked
Yeah,
so hard
goal.
on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls!
Wow, I don't think I've seen this before. I usually just said the ending part of this. Now, hockey's a cool form of soccer. Probably one of the only forms of it is cool. Soccer itself is always stupid.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my
Wow,
game,
spoil
and what
sport.
I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Okay, yeah, so he's just gonna leave you here probably, and then until you jump down. Give him about 10 seconds or so. Oh, that was close. Okay, yeah, I'm still jump down.
Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Hmm. So I think this is like The Office, but like some weird untextured version of it. Yep, back in his office. Cool, nothing to see. Awesome. Head back out.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
I'm not even sure what you'd call that anything.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Still, now there's some cheaters you can turn on. Which means it actually might be at the boss's office or the next one.
When Stanley came to a set of two
I'm gonna do
open
that real
doors,
quick,
he entered
just
the
in
door on
case.
his left.
I think that's what it is.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Because what you
Feeling
can do
a
is
wave of
click on the
disbelief,
computer
Stanley
and then
decided to go
reset,
up to
and
his
then click on the
boss's
computer,
office.
reset,
Coming to a
whatever,
staircase,
so.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
By the way, one of the other Stanley things are in here. Wait. That's the memory zone, what? Oh yeah, it's just a tour, okay. Ah, here we go. Input 3. Alright, begin the game again. There we go. Oh, wait, what?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room? I mean, truly, deeply, madly love.
That's new dialogue.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay, so this should be the last time we did this direction.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years
At least
ago.
until we have budget.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Almost didn't
Are
make
you
that.
that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
This time we actually will go through the red door.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley?
It's a loop,
I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
This is kind of cool. A nice thing to watch if you just want to like zone out or, you know, feel calm or whatnot. You can just come here into the game and just look at it for a while. I mean, it is very pretty. All you gotta do is go through the right door, jump off the platform onto the catwalk, and then go through the red door. Now when that moves, there should be some more like green lights. There we go. And then after green, it should be red, I think.
No, wait. Where are you going? Right. Where were we? Oh no! Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Really?
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
I think I'm gonna jump off.
No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Okay, I'll go there for a couple seconds just to be nice to you. See, here's the red lights now.
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Alright, we saw it. Let's go.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
I'll go. I also notice every time you like fall off here, you get a little slower, which makes sense.
No. No, no, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
No.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Alright, so after jumping off 4 times, you finally get this ending.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Alright. So we got that ending. Let's see, next computer.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Alright, we'll take the open door on the left.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I'm pretty sure if we go this way, it does just put you back on track, so we're going to do that. Go ahead and do this.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Is it?
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake.
You sure? Okay.
No, not the right.
Come on, narrator.
Why would I have
You're
ever
right.
said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep.
A,
Okay,
B, A, B.
yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to,
One person.
It's all rubbish now. The
Two
whole story
persons.
completely unusable. How about,
There
rather
was
than
like
waste
three,
my
maybe
time
there's
trying
only
to
two.
salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Oh, maybe it is only two fired. I thought it was three.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, now 416's available. Hold on. Since that's available, let's try and do that one thing again. Oh, it's not gonna let me do it now? It was 430, I thought. Unless... I really doubt they're going to let me just continue off from where I left off before and just go right into 416. But, fuck it, I'll try that, I guess. Get every one of these on the way. That sucks, because normally that's not available. Alright, oh well.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
This goes bathroom vibes.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely
that's
that we'll
not
ever
possible.
progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better
Because
than
you
this.
go through here.
Okay, let's give it a shot. Why
yeah.
not?
It's like two different things in the same place.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, I won't even let me knock on the doors now. Damn. That sucks. See, even Bucket's gone. All the new stuff's gone. That's why 416 shows up again.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here
Definitely
it
wasn't here
comes.
before.
No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
Well,
Do you
it just
remember,
needs a little
Stanley?
paint.
Well, do you know
It
what?
was just great.
Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
Yay! I
know you
win.
put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Hey, we have the Stanley Parable 251 Adventure line. I love how they even add the number 251 there.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple is that? No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Was it solitaire, anyone?
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Hopefully this doesn't also get copyrighted. But if it's part of the game, I should be allowed to stream it. Again, not possible.
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern.
Oh,
Wait,
where's Suhrgirl?
We're back at the office? No.
Have a good night.
No.
Just
Line,
asleep.
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Yeah, doubt that. I think I missed all the dialogue. He was say something about this line, but
Oh, no, not Not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
All right, we're going down
Now,
door
yes,
437.
this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
What line? I don't see no line.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic.
Makes sense to
Come,
me.
Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is?
Deviate from maintenance room, end up monitor room,
And we're supposed to restart the game eight times?
Discover the 2 doors now has many additional doors. Aimless wandering, narrator restarts the game. Office is now a dead end. Turn around, find another dead end, end up in another building. Narrator restarts the game.
I restart again. Then what?
Adventure line,
Am I
office
just supposed to
music,
forget?
turn to office, return
Well, what
to
if I don't want to
monitor,
forget? My mind goes
find
blank
the line
simply
again.
because it's written here on this thing.
Find his username circle, narrator restarts, narrator
Well,
by previous
who
restarts.
consulted me?
Stanley
Why don't I
pretends
get
to
to
play the
decide?
story, but is not
Why don't I
prevented,
get a
unable to
say
go
in all
anywhere or
of
do
this?
anything.
Is it
Game
really?
restarts on its own.
No,
Find
it
line
can't be.
den.
I
Begin
don't
following
want
the
it to
line.
be.
Find
I
identical
don't want the
replica of the
game to
offense
keep
as
restarting. I don't want to
Attempt
forget
to make
what's
up a
going
story
on.
here.
I don't want to be trapped like
Narrator
this. I
restarts,
won't
but it's no
restart
longer
the
an
game.
office.
I
Simply
won't
play
do it.
flash
I
phase,
won't
wander in
do
blackness,
it.
go
I
find the
won't
bookstore.
do it.
Dip forward and leave. Narrator starts the
And
game.
the timer
Narrator is gone.
stopped.
After a long time, Stanley
Does that
died.
mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
I knew that was charming, so it didn't do me this time. Alright, and then for the 5th time, press the button here. Input received. And then Stanley's like heaven, I guess. Of course, they eventually turn back on. It would be cool though if you did like not, yeah, see they turn back on. It'd be kind of cool though if you could turn them all off, but yeah, pretty sure this is long as you want to stay here, you can. No way out. Oh, you can reach the top ones. Cool. Yeah, I think there's this will stay in here forever. I've never waited long enough to see if it does anything else. So we'll just go ahead and begin the game again. But yeah, I call that Stanley's Heaven ending. So you can keep doing it now if you wanted to.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, okay. Trying to think if there's any other endings with this main area. We already did the one where we were stuck inside his office. We jumped out the window. We clicked no. We could go back out and click yes, but again, it's the same thing. It's not an ending, but for the trophy, we did this right here, but eventually it tells you to force 16, which we can't do anymore. Let's see. So I went down the left ending for the main story's canon ending. Then I went down the left ending and hit on instead of off, which was not the main canon. Then I did the jump off the railing. Then I did go through the escape, which shows you the devs like stuff, and then get crushed. We went the left way, and then instead of going up to the boss's level area, his office, we went down, did the Mariella ending. Then we went right. I went all the way across to unplug the phone. Then we went and answered the phone. Then we killed ourselves off the thing. Then we went to jumped off onto the catwalk. Went through the blue door every time, and then went back and did it with the red door, which is the one we just saw, or the one before we just saw. And then we did the go right, and then go back, and then here, let's go.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
So then we did this way, and we went to this way.
The lounge.
And
but
we
eager
turned
to
left,
get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Went down
and
that,
so he detoured through the maintenance section,
and
walked
that
straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back
eventually.
on track.
But yeah, if you keep going, if you go this way instead, yeah, like I said, I think it just takes you back on
Yet there
track.
was not a single person here
Nothing
either.
new.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Nothing special in there, pretty sure. Yeah, so he just opens that up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's something
Here's
here.
the door, just go.
Yeah, no, there's nothing new there.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go
curious
to the
about
meeting room.
though.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm gonna go to the right again. There's one thing I didn't do.
When Stanley came to
that
a
I
set
wanna
of 2
check real
open
quick.
doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It's different every time. I love it.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Alright, so the one Stanley doll you can get is over here. You just climb up here, jump down. Carefully, you go across this unbelievably sturdy wooden boards. You'll find the doll here. He'll make a little YouTube video like old school YouTube. Then you go through here, and let's see, is there anything through this vent? Can't remember now.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Alright, now that's all the endings, I'm pretty sure.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's go through the new content. First, you don't see the quote-unquote Parable Ultimate Deluxe whatever, which is really nothing. It's more of a troll. But this will take us to what the narrator decided to make, which is the Stanley Parable 2. Like expo or whatnot.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
The end is never the end again.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Alright, so I don't know what the very top one is. I know the second one obviously is English. Twee, I don't know what that is. Do. See, that might be French, I think. I won't say that's French, yeah. The one below that, I had no idea. Do, not sure. Duoe, not sure. That one right there, that's German, that's Zwei. Although the Germans, they actually, like, they have a slang for that, I've learned. They sometimes say Zwo, like, as if it was spelled Z-W-O. And that's because in German, 2 is Zwei, and 3 is dry. So just so they don't sound like they're saying the same thing, they say Zwo, or Zo, probably. It's kind of like how 5 and 9, some people say 9er instead of 5, or instead of 9. Do, I'm not sure. Dos, obviously that's Spanish. And then, yeah, no idea. But yeah.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
2 doors. 2 sides of the brain. 2 ferns for some reason. All the different ways you could do Stanley Parable 2. You know, like a pause symbol to looks like a 2. Obviously, they went with number 1 here. Oh, that's kind of clever. 2 like 1s making the 2. 2 and then reverse 2.
Now, to be clear, I haven't
also
quite
like
nailed
question
down
mark.
what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Why did I get the feeling that number 2 chat was like someone on the toilet chatting? Stanley Parable is the prequel to Stanley Parable 2, is the sequel to Stanley Parable, is the prequel. And it also is like 2. Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, aka Batman Arkham City, which is the actual title. And they're not wrong, that actually is probably my favorite. Divinity, Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return to Jafar, Dark Souls 2. I've literally never played any of these games on that list except for Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, all the Arkhams actually, technically, even the VR one. Never played Portal 2. It'd be fun if they actually brought it back to PlayStation. No way I could play a Souls game. New features. Let's see if they show all the new features again like they did the first time.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
I wouldn't be surprised if they actually sold these shirts. Like, I doubt it. If anyone wants to use this QR code, I kind of doubt it. In fact, you know what? Let me just test it out real quick, just in case, so no one has to worry about it. There we go. Stanley Parable 2. Let's see what it says. So there actually is like a website that you can check out. But there's not really much on there, so it's just kind of like for fun, I guess. Which kind of makes sense. But honestly, like, if they actually did make some of these t-shirts, I'm sure somebody would buy them. Wait, what? That's a weird shirt. Looks like it cuts in the middle. Okay, so Stanley Parable, let's see what this is. No screenshots. Says the office decorations.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
So, in the office and everywhere, you currently saw the Get Well Someday balloons. He always chooses the one you don't choose. So if you want the blue ones there, you want to choose the white one instead, and he'll say, oh yeah, we'll go with the blue.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Joke's on you. I knew you were going to do that, so I made you choose. So technically I chose this time. Ha.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
I'm not going to say it because I don't want to get copyright or anything, but yeah. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. Alright, let's see. Free new easy trophy, okay. Alright, got this.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
See, I actually got it.
As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the trophy? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended.
Okay.
It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
So yeah, as I was saying before, when you come here, when you first get here the first time, it's broken, and you pull it, and you'll say, so I actually forgot to tell you, it's not yet fixed yet, but in the alpha, or in the real release of the game, it will be. But you do something at one point in time, and it tells you to come back here, it'll now be fixed. You pull the lever, you'll be surprised by it, and you'll get your trophy. So yeah, that's kind of cool. Or achievement if you're on PC, whatever. Or Xbox, I think, even on. I think it's on Xbox.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Let's see. How about... I already came from there. Let's go down this way. Let's check out that infinite hole.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Alright, let's do it. Fall down.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to walk up to the top of the hole, and we can move on.
Not, but sure,
I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Alright, turn the service.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Now, a lot of people who's playing this game and everything, they don't know all these endings, or they don't realize you can just jump out down the hole again. Anything that might not be different or whatnot, so I'm going to show you.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Alright,
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
Alright, jump down a third time.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
Alright, so jump down the quote-unquote infinite hole 4th time.
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
I love how you can't just, like, climb out. Like, seriously. Stanley's, like, so much of a, I don't know, wimp. Wasted space. Alright, give it a moment. Something's going to happen here. Oh, it's going back down. Stanley here, everybody. That's what he looks like. Huh. Wow, so normally it's square, triangle, circle, and X, but now it's like they're all doing it. It doesn't actually have to do them individually, it's just done. See, now we're different people. Now we're upside down, but you really can't see. We're like a weird little doll. A little drawing. Cardboard. A doodle, I guess. We're still moving, you just can't tell. But yeah.
Stanley! Oh good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
I'm about to say, you better not do that again. Alright, so we're back here at the expo.
Go on, try out some of the new features.
Alright, so we already did that. Let's see. Baby is altering up, now it's bankruptcy. Red is the new orange, wow. I'm definitely down with that. Red's my favorite color after all. We'll go there last.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Is anyone here named Jim by any random means?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into darkly. Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
I am Jim.
Jim.
Oh wow, I said my name.
See?
That's cool.
What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
Hey, yeah, there we
It's
go.
even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
Oh, totally.
Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away.
Jim.
Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
Alright, well, enough being Jim, back to being Kate. Honestly, if anyone out there is named Jim, that would be kind of funny.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Okay, the only other thing that I haven't done... Let's see, wasn't there something about a trophy? Oh yeah, collectibles, here we go. Oh, it's out of order. You've been here already. Yeah, see, this is where you get your first collectible. You don't run all the way down and grab it. So that's how you're able to most of the infinite hole. Fine, it ended. Oh yeah, jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait.
I ran out, though.
You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Alright, so... Let's see, I need to get the reassurance bucket. So I don't feel too good without the bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah, see, I already got the property of Stanley and the bucket
Does anyone
sticker.
give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Okay, so that's pretty much everything here. Let's go, where is it? Here? Yeah.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
So the whole memory zone thing I might not be able to show just for the simple fact that I guess I've already gone through that area. I don't know if they'll let me go there again.
Ah, I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion trophy. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider and that it'll be accessible from the settings menu. We'll sort out the rest of the details later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Alright, so to get this door unlocked and to get that whole recording, whatever, and then also the trophy for it, what you have to do is go to settings. I think it's under all these. You just move all these all the way up and back. You don't have to have like every one, like you don't have to have like this one on top one on 0, this one middle one on 0, and this one on like 0, and then this one all the way up, and then do every one until every possible combination. All you gotta do is just go all the way down, all the way up on each one at a time, and then once you finish that, it should give you a trophy right away, or it gives it to you when you get to this area and you walk inside. Same with the audio. Nothing on controls. But yeah, once you do that, this unlocks. And if you go through, you should definitely get the trophy by then. If you don't get it before, that is. What is this? They will never set the setting sliders to every possible setting. That's funny. Okay, so yeah, time for to leave this area. Oh yeah, you are here. Right, no, this way. Yeah, I've been seeing people play this game for the first time again lately. And so I decided, what the hell, I'll go through and play, even though I've literally done everything.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
The most annoying trophy in this game, and it's not the, like, change the time or whatever, so that way, I don't know which one that was. That one's not the annoying one. I think it's like play the game, open it up multiple times or whatever. No, the annoying one is play the whole game in its entirety on I think it was a Tuesday. So literally, you couldn't just change the day on your system to make it work. You had to wait until like Monday at like 12 o'clock or 11:59 or whatever, start the game, make sure you're in the menu and not like a pause menu. And like, as far as I can tell, not even exit to the PlayStation's menu for a bit. Just literally stay in the game for 24 hours, which means that that's your only PlayStation system. You're literally screwed and can't play anything else. And then Wednesday at like 12 or 12:01 or whatever, the trophy would finally pop. And since there's a PS4 and a PS5 and there's no auto pop on trophies, you had to literally do that again. So you had to literally waste 2 Tuesdays of your life not be able to play the game you want to play.
So Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
It would have said Stanley Parable 2 there, but yeah, I've already played it past that many times.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
And then
Stanley
for the first time, it
worked
would
for a
show you all
company in
these
a big
balloons and
building
everything.
where he was employee number 427. Employee number 4.
Although it's stupid because you've pretty much seen it already. So
All
yeah,
of his
now we
co-workers
got
were
that.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's see what is, yeah, there's new content. Okay. You know what? Just for the hell of it, just so people don't say anything like, "Oh,
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I'll go ahead and do it. So this time, I'll say yes. I can figure out how to get through the window then. That's right, L2.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
After
He
this,
then
we'll drive
praised
the
the game
bucket.
for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable.
Okay, I think does he just keep going forever? Eventually he would like stopped. I'll do him about 20 seconds, and if he doesn't, I'll just stop myself. Alright, yeah, he's just gonna keep doing it, so we'll restart.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Through the bucket.
Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need.
You know what? Let's go ahead and go out there with the bucket and see if there's anything different. Let's say we'll do all different endings with the bucket this time.
Could his co-workers really all be gone? Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
said the bucket. Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of...
No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
I'm assuming that's a reference to some game, like Fire Emblem or something, but all I can think of is Ocarina of Time with the 6 stages, but probably not that.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it... Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No, no, surely not. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
All right, let's go...
and entered the door on his left.
Yeah, let's go left first. We'll do all this.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
So this, if you go inside the broom closet, this is where you get the property of Stanley sticker?
Stanley,
sure.
We must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
This is where you first time it says the place is wanting the bucket and everything, and you're like, no, I'm holding on to it. So he does that to you. Offhand, I forget where you get the circle one at the bottom left.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Let's do this one, the Mariella ending.
But Stanley just couldn't do it.
It's a little
He
different
considered
now.
the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this.
Bucket?
Who knows
Where's my
what
bucket?
sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful.
The real friends are the one we
Stanley
make on the way.
doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Marietta thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
I need a bucket like that.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere.
Oh, no, I
this
can't.
adventure, he decided, was for all of them.
See, you can't take the bucket to undo the family heaven ending because the door is the last entry is or whatever is on the computer side of his office, and as soon as you walk out, the door closes. So you got the bucket, you can't go back in. That's fine. I don't know if going through new content with the bucket does anything. I'm not even gonna bother.
Stanley clutched the
maybe I'll
bucket
try it
tightly
last
to his chest
after
and
everything else.
entered the door on his left.
Alright, so this time we'll
Still
go
no one was
up
here.
towards the boss's
Stanley
office.
needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee
Okay,
we'd be
same
in
dialogue,
here
never
for
mind.
hours. But at coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Nothing new.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
One of the dolls is behind here, by the way. It's total 6. Alright, so as you know, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's
The elevator raced downward,
safe area,
plummeting towards an unknown fate.
main knife
It would be
facility
all
on the
Stanley
off
could do
button,
to keep himself together,
and then
if not
jumping off
for
the
the
railing.
bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this
Still
passageway
safe,
had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Alright. So this will be a little different
It was
than
a
before.
shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The budget welcomes you to the grand exhibit. So I'll go ahead and pause, or I'll just stay here for a couple seconds if you want to pause and read it. Yep. Alright, keep going.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
I'm sorry, that's definitely more than 25 buckets. But yeah. A bucket with 2 handles. Dozens of these kind of buckets are putting people to death. That's funny. That's like a wooden bucket. The Inferno bucket. Okay. Interesting. Stress bucket and analogy. Wherein negative forecasting, negative thinking, and lack of reassurance to all goes in. Vulnerability equals size of the strength of bucket. Stress, the level of water in the bucket. Coping strategy, holes. Rest and realization, doing something you enjoy. Rest and realization. Okay. Cave drawing. Just you guys want to read that?
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Yep, so now you grab it, and I think that puts you back on
But there
track.
is something we can do.
Yeah,
Something
see,
we
it's not
can
as
do
long as the,
together, you and
version
I,
of the
that will
bucket.
right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment
Don't
as
worry, I
tools
won't.
and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander
Well,
of
the bucket
a
will
new
be crushed,
world,
too.
a new vision.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
I don't think so.
What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
Alright, so we got 3 more on the left side.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh, I'm not quite sure how to get it. Maybe it's still already done it all.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
But basically, this whole room looks different. I guess when you go through it after going through the new, after you did all the collectible, or you did the first collectible doll, and you come back in here, it's a little different looking. Like all the walls are different, but it also showed over here like hints on how to find them, like the red and blue door area, near the boss's office, near the warehouse area, whatever. There's just 6 other different ones of them. Crabs about things and money. Alright, so upstairs.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
This time I wonder code in for the narrator tells me.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
See, if I was able to do this offline and like edit it together, it would. But with Share Factory, I can only do editing and combining like clips if it's like under 15 minutes.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Alright, let's jump off the railing here with the bucket. It's a little different this time.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette.
Because they couldn't get out, but they were able to get equipment and stuff down here.
But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Oh yeah, there's also something with the skip button when you go through the memory zone thing, which I seem to not be able to do anymore.
Now this, Stanley thought to himself, this. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
here two
and
more
entered
times.
the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I think I might retitle this video afterwards.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through
all
the large door
endings,
that
including
read
bucket endings or
Mind
something.
Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
There's a way you can like climb on this railing and get over here without having to open these up, but not
The
going
monitors
to
jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently,
as buckets
reassuring
do.
it that everything would be fine.
Ooh.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
See, I would throw the bucket over at this point.
Wait, what was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Oh, that reminds me, guys. PlayStation announced today that finally Supermarket Simulator will be coming for sure to PS5 or PS4 1 too. Either way, it'll be coming for and I'll be able to play it. I've been seeing like cartoons and Swirl and them play it, and it looks like a lot of fun. But right now it's only on Steam, so. But once it does come, I'm definitely playing it. So yeah, stay tuned for that. I feel like it'd be a fun game to live stream and like play.
Finally, yes, the bucket. Yes, yes, yes. I love that bucket.
All right, we'll go ahead and
Stanley
do the on
clutched
switch
the
this
bucket
time.
tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Alright, that's fine going down here. Sorry, I'm sure a lot of this doing the same thing over and over again. There's slight differences, it's a little bit boring. I wish I can just like
Stanley and the bucket walked
save
straight
right
ahead
before
through
and
the
then
large door
reload
that
right
read
at that spot.
Mind
But
Control Facility.
let's see.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Yeah, I think you can like technically walk across that to some degree or jump on it early. Something like
The
that.
monitors
I can't remember.
jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust, when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Aw, windows.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Well, it's better than being at a desk and just hitting buttons all the time. Alright, so that's all of the left side.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all? One man, one bucket, one chance to seize their destiny together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Man, use a bucket to carry all these drinks with you. That's what I did. I'd be in my office just drinking one can after a pop after another.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Man, that's an amazing journey.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge.
I mean, you could literally
Perhaps
fall
it's the
asleep here.
only
It'd be really
place
comfortable.
A bucket can even feel at home.
Sit down, relax. Like, I wouldn't mind sitting here for a bit. That'd be kind of nice.
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
See if there's any more dialogue. Doesn't seem like it. Alright, let's head out.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
Sure about that?
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Alright, let's do the death one first.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
And disturbing.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we? It's bucket time.
It's bucket time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
So in here, there's two different endings, of course.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
I'll answer the phone this time right away.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him. $13 times for luck, my favorite number. I grabbed the budget. Hello, Stanley, it's me, your budget. Press any button to take me back to take me to work with you. Okay. The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Take any button to take me back home with you?
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Yeah, see, this is a little bit, definitely like a nicer apartment than when you had the mansion wife. Alright, any button to go back to work?
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
I could also take the solids from one to another. Don't listen to a loud man. Press any button for us to back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press any button to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Okay, I don't remember it being shiny before. That's interesting. Yes, believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press any button to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
So what are you watching, Bucket? Can I join you? Any button to relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press any button to go back to work with me. Or home with me, whatever.
I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Ooh la la, hey Bucket. So you got a little nice romantic night for us.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll... Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. It's bucket time.
Alright, now go to the right side, go across. This time we'll unplug
Stanley
the phone.
clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah, good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next,
Kate.
provide a brief
K-A-T-E.
synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time.
K-A-T-E.
With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny. I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random.
Who would do
And
that?
that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Okay, that's a bit dark turn.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back. I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke.
Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already.
I thought it was going to do something different. Damn it. Okay, cool. Alright, so just like before,
you ready?
It'll make you go
When
back
Stanley
here.
and the bucket came to a set of two open
outside.
doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes.
That's funny.
Let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Alright, so that's that ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. It's bucket time.
Alright, so now we got the... Let's see, I think there's just 2 endings left.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no.
You also have this way,
the bucket was
but
wrong.
we'll do that after
Stanley
the other
took
ones.
the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
So you can't get to the red and blue door because it says right here, no bucket past this point.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
I think there's only one ending with this, but...
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
Can't fool me, narrator. I know the answers.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Both answers are correct, so I'll just do that.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
No, I knew it was a trick question.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Yeah, I think it's the same for either one. I'm not quite sure. It might be different dialogue slightly, but...
Yes, thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Yeah, don't tell people everything's a bucket. They won't understand. They'll go insane thinking about it. My phone's ringing again. See what they want.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
Yes.
Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
It's bucket time.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure if I go that same route and everything, it'll still be the same thing.
Stanley clutched the bucket
Let's
tightly
say
to his...
nothing's a
This was
bucket,
not the correct way to the meeting room.
Whatever,
But
it's the same
Stanley
thing
had
either
felt
way.
the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
I mean, you could choose
Stanley
all
took the
the
door on his
answers to be
left to
wrong,
go
but
back
it's not
to the
going to
meeting
change
room.
anything as far as the actual endings.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Alright, did this ending right here.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore.
Yeah, he remembers a day, but not
The
how many
longer I
tapes.
study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there?
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all of... It's bucket time.
Okay, so...
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the
The
meeting
only
room.
other ending I can
Stanley
think
had
of with
felt
the
the bucket
bucket
calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge
going
was simply
left
the
after
place
they
to
leave
be.
their lounge.
And here it was. Had the bucket
Then
turned out to be
downstairs.
correct? Was no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
So as I said, went straight across, just takes you
And
the
so the
normal
two of
way.
them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
No, I don't think there'll be confusion ending with the bucket, so we'll see what it goes.
Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Right, okay, this is what it is, Jeff. The intervention ending.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Actually, this technically
Look at
might
that
have
wacky line.
two
Who knows where it'll
endings.
go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly
Yeah,
like
that's
this.
from the Broom Closet
But
ending.
if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
All that just to destroy a
Can you
single
guess
bucket
what the
seems a
Bucket
bit
Destroyer
overkill.
does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
All right, it won't let you.
Now
You
listen
try.
to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
Never mind,
I don't
just one
know what the
ending.
Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It's bucket time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all the endings.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy? Click a door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks? Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble.
I don't think it's going to matter
Perhaps
because
50
I just
clicks
had that
will
one
do.
gone.
Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this trophy to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter the cost. Why don't you put 20 bucket touches into door 417? Okay, great. Now, go touch the bucket on door 437 a few times. Yes, now we're getting somewhere. How about door 415? Give it some bucket love. Now back to door number 437. You know, I think the copy machine needs some attention. Why don't you... All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk. Yes, this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416.
Yeah, so this is where 416 is, of course, normally. But I guess by the time you get the bucket, it doesn't make sense, so there's no 416 there. Oh, wow, here it is.
We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again.
Did not realize it was there, so I guess you could technically do that trophy afterwards. So, which one is it? Copy machine? Okay.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 430.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Yes!
5.
We did it! Wow! That felt amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience.
Alright, so if you did that with or without the bucket, you'll get that trophy. I guess Forced Scene is still here, it's just inside the new content door now. I would have been good to know earlier, but I was worried just walking through here would have, you know, triggered it. See what happens with the bucket if I go this way. If anything. It might just disappear with me. Oh no, so that, cool.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be anything different. I already have the bucket, and that's
Yes,
really...
you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Yes, there's the gem button. Infinite hole. Let's see what it says here. It won't end. Okay, so it's back to normal now. So I haven't jumped down it yet. I will jump down it once with a bucket to see if there's any slightly different dialogue. Just so no one like comes at me and says I didn't do that or whatever. Curious about the bucket because I already have the bucket. So something's all lower down. Oh, it's another bucket. Wow.
Wait, there are 2 buckets here.
Oh, cool.
How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me?
Oh, wow.
Stanley!
What?
Thank God, I didn't lose you. Stanley, the power of 2 buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them. I know how much the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take the risk. I hope one day you can forgive me.
Well, that's the first time I've seen that, I'm pretty sure. I was trying to hope you to carry 2 buckets there for a second. See what happens if I go back and
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now,
yeah,
he would surely
there.
catch...
It's bucket time.
Okay, I'm gonna go with the bucket and then go to the infinite hole. But I'm pretty sure there's like nothing really different. But that might be it, so see what happens. But this is probably to be the rest of this. Good news is I did record all this with all the endings and lots I did the last time.
You
the
see,
last
Stanley,
time I did like
I've
2
been
hours
reflecting
for
on the
one
Stanley
video,
Parable,
2 for another,
and about how
then a
roundly
half hour,
disappointing
so
this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be.
about,
The original Stanley
it's maybe a
Parable was
little bit
landmark,
less, not much,
and any new content
overall,
for it
but
should live up to that
at least it's all in
legacy.
one video
So
this time.
forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first
Stanley
time
Parable
ever
2, I know.
the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them.
The gym
Here
button
we
real
are.
quick too.
Go on, try out some of the new features. For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath,
Okay,
clear your mind,
dialogue,
forget
so
whoever
we-
you are,
really?
and simply become a person named Jim.
I can't leave.
I want you to...
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim.
Jim.
All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Oh, I mean the infinite hole. That's what I was about to do next, actually. Well, at least you had different dialogue by, cutting them off early.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable 2. They would appreciate what I've created here.
So we saw what happened with the two buckets. Saw what happened with the gem button, which really wasn't much. It's just because I started early. Well, I don't think that matters, the trophy thing. Well, we can try with the bucket in the champion area. Let's try the hole first, see if anything happens different.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward. You see? Isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
You know what? Let's try and do the teleport, see what his dialogue is.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
No, let's jump back down.
Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing,
give me a
Stanley.
chance that time.
I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button toward... Oh, for heaven... You see,
I was right.
Okay, so yeah, it seems to be the same dialogue.
The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole.
I mean, if someone tells me something, I'll
well, I suppose once
probably
again there's
question
nothing
it.
to do here. If you decide
See
you've
if
had
it's
enough
true or
of the
not.
hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
Okay, yeah, I'm not jumping back down there again, so that's just a waste of time. There we go. Mostly infinite hole. Unfortunately, the trophies in this game aren't like discovering each ending, which would have been awesome. It's just stupid things, which I'll go over in a minute. Again, this is closed off, out of order. Jump circle, we've already seen that. It's nothing different.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
That's new. Wait, what is this? Oh, right, the epilogue thing.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Okay, so we go up here, all the way across, and then go up to the right. So that's where the settings world champion. I want to see if it's different with the bucket. I think it might be.
Ah, I can see you've gotten the settings world champion trophy.
Okay.
Well done. You've experienced every setting. Traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting. Something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider and that it'll be accessible from the settings menu. We'll sort out the rest of the details later. I hope you are looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
I know it, like, breaks or whatever, but I kind of want to see if I can grab the second bucket quickly before it does get destroyed. That'd be kind of neat. So we'll be right here, we're ready.
There are 2 buckets here. How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me?
Nope,
are you with me?
Alright. So yeah, that's pretty much all the endings, guys. I don't believe there's anything else. At least nothing else I can access. If you go to the new content the first time, you see what the quote unquote Ultra Parable Deluxes or whatever, which is like really nothing. It's a jump circle and then just some sign after an elevator. And before that, like a little bit of like a sort of tour of how the game was made. And then after that, the narrator says, "Hey, come over here, go through the vent." You go through the vent, and he takes you down this like through this like memory zone places he made, and it shows you like some different like reviews from like positive ones. And then like if you're on PC, it'll say like bad ones from Steam. And if you're on PlayStation, it'll say like bad reviews from, gosh, can't even remember what the place is, but they have like different like names depending on if you're on PC or whatnot. I really can't remember what it was on PlayStation. It might have been, I don't think it was Power Picks or anything like that, but it was something more so related to PlayStation. Let's just put it that way. But anyway, I'm just going to quickly read through the trophies. There's a total of 12, including the Platinum. Obviously, the Platinum is for obtaining all the trophies. It's called Excellent Job Following Directions. You got one here called Get Your First Trophy, awarded for getting any of the other trophies as your first. So literally, any other trophy you get in the game gives you basically 2 trophies for if you're, first one you grab. One's called Beat the Game to complete the Stanley Parable. I think this is literally going to the mind control ending and hitting off. Test trophy, please ignore. Test trophy description replace this. So that's the one where this machine's broken, and then you do something later, and you're told that it's fixed. The narrator doesn't know this, and you go back there, and that's why he's surprised you get the trophy. Welcome back. Quit the game and then start again. That's as easy. Exit and rejoin it. You can't jump. No, seriously, we disabled it. So if you try jumping without the jump, or just hitting the jump button, whatever, that you normally press, it won't let you jump. You get a trophy. Commitment. Play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of Tuesday. This is the one I was talking about that literally everyone hates. It's just so annoying. Then there's a trophy called, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's a trophy called 8. It's just literally 16 eights as a title, and the description is like, I think 32 eights. And if I remember right, this is the one where, like I said, every time you quit the game and reopen it, you talk to someone before you get to the main game, like a little questionnaire or whatever in the game. And it tells you, like, every time you start the game, it'll add like, another number to the game, like add up on a tally. So it'd be 3, and then next time you open it, it'd be 4, 5, so on. When you get to 8, you get a trophy because you're in this special room. Click on the door 435 times, which is also the description. We saw what that actually entails. Speed run. Complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes and 22 seconds, not including load times. So that's like make a run forward to the mind control facility and don't stop for anything else. Settings, World Champion. Set all world sliders in the menu to all the available numbers. That's the one I showed earlier. Suhrgirl outside. Don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years. So literally, this is the only one that you can manipulate, and thank God for that, because if I hadn't, I would literally have to do this trophy for like 10 years, assuming I don't accidentally load it in the meantime. So what you do is like you just say open it today, whatever, quit it, change it to 10 years from now, open it again, and you'll get that trophy along with the one for quitting and then rejoin it if you haven't done that yet either. But yes, that's it. So basically it's 11 gold trophies and 1 platinum. Like I said, I wish they would have had trophies for like every ending, discover every ending, maybe even like discover every ending with a bucket. So like say there's gosh, I don't even know technically how many there are. There's 2 in the mind control facility, 3 if you count jumping off the railing. There was which is gonna be doubled to 6 with the bucket. I'll just say without the bucket. So 3, the escape thing is 4, and then the Mariella ending's 5. And then the one where you go out the window would be 6. And then if you go to the right door, you got 2. If you go to where the phone is, So I think that's like 8 or 9 total now. 1 for jumping off and dying, that's 10. 2 if you decide to go through the blue door every time or through the red door, that's like, I'll say 12. And then doing the whole thing gets you a confusion ending when you go through the door left and then instead of going back on track you go down the elevator thing. So that's 13. And I think 13 might be it actually. Oh no, wait, 14, because if you go to the warehouse, you can also jump on that wood or whatever and go through a little tunnel and find the tape recording. So let's say it's 14. I think 14 endings. So it would have been cool if you did that, all 14 endings, each got your own trophy. And then for the bucket one, you have to go through all 14 of them with the bucket, or I think it's like 13 technically, since 1 or 2 of them doesn't actually have 2 with the bucket. So yeah, just go through every one of those again with the bucket, and then it'll say get all the bucket endings for a trophy. That would have been cool. But anyways, guys, I'm rambling here. I apologize. But yeah, that's basically every single ending in this game, with and without the bucket. So next time you'll see anything from me about this game will be probably just a less than a minute short, showing more than likely nothing special when you get to Stanley Parable 427. But I'll still upload it just because that way if anyone questions, hey, what happens if you get to the Stanley Parable 427, no one else has to go through the annoyance of it all, starting the game, quitting it after you choose a title or whatever, and then doing it again over and over. Just literally you gotta do that 427 times to get there, and I'm currently at, as you can see, 251. So whether or not it shows anything special or different, or doesn't, I will still upload it just so everybody knows. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. I've been Kate Suhrgirl. Oh, the heaven ending, if you count that, it's another one. Another one you can't do with a bucket either. But yeah, anyway, thank you guys for watching. I will see you in the next video. Peace.